Welcome to the Saturday stream. Excuse me. How are we doing? Clearly my voice is going, but how are we doing? Hello, Filefighter, who wrote before the stream started. Hello, Repute, getting that first place spot as always. ×4, everyone else draw 4 cards, true, but didn't say Uno. Got him. Hello, Aman. Hello, Hedena. How was Games Night? Games Night was good. We, played 7 Wonders, and then played Uno Infinite, which, true to its name, went on for over an hour before I just flipped the table, because I was like, no one is winning this game, and I had to go and do stuff. We had like less than an hour before the stream started. It was good. It was very much Infinite, yes. Hello, Silver. Hello. First of all, Repute, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. Resubscription. 9 months, indeed. And hello, thank you, Silver, for the 10 months. My god, and this is a tier 3 as well. My word. Thank you so much, Silver. Thank you. Are you leaving in for work in 20 minutes so you won't be able to listen to stream? Heartbreak. It's fine. The VOD will be here. Good luck on working. Hope it's not too stressful. I normally assume night shift work is less stressful because you deal with less people, but I guess it depends what you're doing, for sure. Oh, yeah, God, I had to try and remember how to fucking play Tabletop Simulator. It's been like a year plus, maybe 2 years. Well, so you're leaving work. Right, that's my bad. Oh, okay. Oh, you're at work right now. Oh, okay, you're leaving work. Okay. Well, hey, at least you don't go home. Another day's work well done. Yeah, at one point I was pretty good at using Tabletop Simulator. Like, I knew how to do all the things, I knew how to do the hotkeys and all that kind of stuff, and I've just completely forgotten everything. How long's your trip home, Silver? How long's it gonna be? Anyway, I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. Also, Repute, 55 stream streak. My word. That's a hell of a lot of streams. That's crazy. That's halfway to 100. That is insane. And also, I realized this was 3 days ago, but Lord 5th is it? Or is if? Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Right. Let us start. As always. I don't know how many more of the Devil streams we have left. I don't know. I think only maybe 1 or 2. Oh. Phoenix disagrees. You live too fucking far away. I feel that. Like, my commute home is... Oof. I want to say it's about an hour as well. And that shit kills you, man. An hour there and an hour back, it's like, that's so much time taken up. Luckily, we have like a work bus, so I don't have to worry about getting on or off, like, dealing too much with anything, apart from everyone's like pretty well behaved on it, it's all employees. So it's just like a time you can just sit and listen to music or read a book or whatever. So the time isn't completely wasted, but it's still a huge pain. 6 or 7 streams left? Mods? You know what to do. Anyway. Let's go on with it. What do I normally do on the bus? I usually listen to things. I don't normally read too much on the bus. I don't know why. I just don't like having to carry a book around. It's kind of annoying. So normally I'm listening to like a podcast, or I'm listening to an audiobook, or like a YouTube video, or something like that. Sometimes I try and catch streams, but the really annoying thing about where I live is the mobile data cuts in and out. So it's really, and Twitch is terrible. Twitch's mobile app is so bad for continuing like streaming if you ever lose internet. Like, if you lose internet for 1 second on like a YouTube stream, no problem whatsoever. Sometimes it doesn't. Most times it doesn't even knock you down to like the VOD. It just continues live. If you lose internet for a second on Twitch, you have to like fucking restart the entire app. It's unbelievable. And also, Silver, thank you for the 55 stream streak. 10 months, 55 streams. All cinema. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right. Let us start the daily challenge. We have, oh god, Santanico Pandemonium from Dusk Till Dawn, which I believe is that Quentin Tarantino film where he has, is it Selma Hayek, dress up as like an exotic dancer and then stick her foot, half of her entire foot in Quarantino's mouth, and then pour whiskey down her leg and have him drink it from her foot. If you didn't, yeah. If you didn't already know, Quentin Tarantino has an insane foot fetish, now you know. I would love to know what went on in that boardroom. You know what I mean? Where he's like, okay, guys, we're gonna have her put her foot in someone's mouth, really sexy like, pour the whiskey down the leg, and then he has to lap it up. Now, look, I wouldn't make anyone else do this disgusting, horrible act, so I will sacrifice myself, and I will do it myself. No need to thank me. I sacrifice everything for the movie. Like, this was 100% before anyone. He only got away with this because this was before anyone knew he loved feet. Everyone just thought it was like a funny gag or like a weird pervert thing to do. Like, they didn't think like he actually was into it. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. That's not even the craziest part of the movie. I actually haven't seen the whole movie. He wasn't even director on that movie? Oh my god. Okay, well that's how it started, I guess. Now I'm just imagining Tarantino didn't even have a foot fetish until the director made him do that, and then that like awakened something inside him. And it's actually Robert Rodriguez's fault that Tarantino has a foot fetish. Your biggest burden is being a Tarantino fan who hates looking at feet. That is rough. That is rough because he had some close-ups of those bad boys. Hello, Silver Sister. Hello. But I haven't seen it, so I don't know how strong she is. But, I mean, this thing's called a shred storm, and I feel like a shred storm is going to be pretty. Is this a tornado made of shurikens? I feel like that has to be pretty strong. Surely. Okay, nice. You die every movie. Okay, we have Anti-Black Coat from Kingdom Hearts. Any Kingdom Hearts fans in the chat? Is Mouse here? Versus Carnivorous Ape, who is just like an angry monkey. Okay. Big old set of chompers on him, though. I mean, Kingdom Hearts has so much bullshit going on. It has to be Kingdom Hearts, for sure. Like, surely any character in Kingdom Hearts can just beat a big ape. He doesn't even look that big, honestly. If you're assuming those pickaxes are regular size, he's actually pretty small. Also, absolutely insane drip of this Kingdom Hearts character to have a zipper that you have to zip up to open. I've never seen that before in my life. That's crazy. I'll go with him though. Oh my god, he's fucking OP. Okay, we have Shora Khan Base from Serei Sukai no Blade Dance. Okay. Versus Nakamura Masashi from oh my god, what are these names? Ujika no Rokunin. It looks like this man is stealing a baby by its mouth. Like, neither of these people seem very powerful, like magical. So I'm just gonna go with this guy because he looks like the kind of person you wouldn't want to cross. Uh-oh, she has magic and spirits. Fuck, I should never have gone against the anime girl. God damn it. Okay, we have Anivia from League of Legends versus the Kraken from Pirate Borg, which I'm assuming is like Morborg, whatever the hell it's called, like a pirate version. Okay, I've been thinking about this. Let me cast my mind back to try and remember what the hell Anivia actually her lore is. Because, like, is she just a giant ice bird, or is she meant to be like an elemental avatar of the wind or something? I'm going to say any League of Legends champion is probably beating a Kraken. Because they're all kind of OP. Oh wow, she's actually really OP. Okay. She's a demigod? Ah, okay. That makes sense. May Hurona from Gabrielle Dropout versus Ringo Starr from the Yellow Submarine movie. I have always wondered what the power level of Ringo Starr is. You know, it's always been something that I think people have questioned throughout the years. So, I am going to go ahead and say it's going to be May Corona, because Gabrielle Dropout is a anime/manga about angels and demons. So I'm going to say she's probably OP compared to Ringo Starr. She lost to Ringo Starr! What the fuck do you mean she lost to Ringo Starr? He can duplicate himself up to 11 times? Explosion manipulation with fireworks, regeneration, creation, can create physical giant words simply by singing them. Stealth mastery, toon force, limited portal creation, natural flight, resistance to age manipulation, pain manipulation, paralysis inducement, attack potency small building level, speed immeasurable, lifting strength class K, could stop and hold back a speeding locomotive which weighs up to 300 tons, stamina peak human. I apologize, Ringo Starr. I didn't know your game. I was not familiar with your game. I didn't realize I was dealing with a fucking superhero. He really is the most powerful beetle. Okay, so we have Aquarius Camus from Saint Seiya versus Alfric from Octopath Traveler. I'm going to go ahead and say anyone from Saint Seiya. We've already established this. Anyone from Saint Seiya is going to beat basically everyone else. Oh my god, it's fucking Izuku Midoriya from the beginning saga. Okay, so he... Okay, if I can cast my mind back to My Hero Academia lore. Is Falzar here? Falzar is the MHA expert. This is after he's gotten his power, but before he really knows what the fuck to do with it. Versus Chozo from Tough. Now this does look like a guy I wouldn't want to fuck with. Anyone who like does handstands while their mouth and nose are bleeding is pretty intense. Unfortunately, I'm going to say that Midoriya is going to win because they are like a superhero. Yeah, close enough. Close enough. What is this fucking avatar, bro? Kamuri Katsuragi. What, like from Disco Elysium? Is this Kim Katsuragi's son? Beginning of series. Card fight, exclamation mark, Vanguard. Let's move a couple of things out of the way. Versus Mau Mau from the Apothecary Diaries. Now, I have heard of the Apothecary Diaries, and I know some people actually quite like it. However, I don't think I remember Mau Mau being any kind of powerful character. She's just like an alchemist, right? Or like a herbalist or something? I don't know what the fuck this guy's deal is at all. I don't like him at all. He gives me the creeps. But he is an anime protagonist. And I do think that means he's going to beat Mau Mau. Yeah. Funniest thing is an important thing for Midoriya's power journey is discovering microwaves as spinning plates. Oh yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I watched the anime up until where the fuck was it? It was past season 1. It was past season 2. I think I stopped watching somewhere in season 3. Invincible, beginning of series from Invincible. Is his name actually Invincible? I never knew that. DNA Mimic from TriStar Godzilla series. Okay, well this is from a Godzilla series, which would normally mean we choose it without hesitation. However, it looks like a regular-sized dog, even though I understand it's a mimic, so it probably can change its shape. But also, isn't Invincible, like, really strong? He's like the Superman, right? Not like the Superman, because his dad's like the Superman, right? But he's like no slouch. I think he's probably going to beat a mimic. Yeah. Do today's connections too for no reason at all. Okay, I will. Aegon of Karim, late game from Dark Souls. I do not recognize this fucker at all. Is this one of the NPCs who invades you? I don't recognize this guy at all from Dark Souls. What? Where did he invade you? Versus Ursa Wren from Star Wars. Now they just put Star Wars here, even though that's not really a good classifier. I'm assuming it's the Clone Wars. Sci-fi soldier versus fucked up fantasy knight. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. I think I'm going to go Aegon because they haven't specified with weapons. And I imagine a lot of their power comes from their sci-fi weapons. Because she's not like a Jedi, right? She looks like a clone trooper. Alright, see you in about an hour, Silver. Good luck with the traffic and the buses. Aegon is the bodyguard of that one girl from Dark Souls 3. Oh, this is Dark Souls 3. I'm still going with them. Okay, huge. 8 out of 10? We'll take it, we'll take it. Okay, you want to do connections? Hold on. Connections. New York Times connections. I can't believe they put the mini crossword behind a paywall, man. Outrageous. What the fuck is this? It's not April Fools. Okay. 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 This is crazy. I'm being dragged into a peak lobby. I'm sorry. That's fucking outrageous, truly. We should ban her. Okay, what I want to say, I want to say, I'm going to go for things that are punctuation. So signs that are also used as punctuation, these three. I mean, a hyphen is also used, but I don't think... Yeah, I'm going to say this. Okay, huge, huge. Okay. These are face on a die. Pips on a die. Sorry, pips. Sorry. Divide, plus, cross, and minus are... what do you call them? Just like equation symbols? No, hold on. Let's think this through, because then that leaves us with these four. And I have no idea what those could be. Well, let's try anyway. But is it this one? Oh, that's not a proper X, is it? Is it these ones? Okay, yeah, okay, they've this little... Are the... Okay, hold on. Is this... Oh, symbols used to denote a footnote. Lowercase letters? Oh my god, bro. I want to see it again. Fuck, can I not see it again? No, I can't. Okay. That seems bullshit, but anyway. That is a fun connections. I like when they do weird things. It is a little bullshit, but it is the purple. And you do expect the purple to be bullshit because you don't need to solve it. Okay, let's do one quick time guesser. For the boys. The lads. I thought that said evade punches for a second. And I was like, you know what? Great advice. Okay. Who sells Vitel water? What the, is this guy drinking absinthe? This motherfucker's drinking absinthe? What the hell? At like 3 o'clock on a sunny afternoon. This guy's fucked up in a suit. Petrofigaz? Is this? I'm thinking Eastern Europe. Something Airways. Fuck, this guy's head's in the way. No, hold on. Is this... Oh, L'Opera? Is this just France? I mean, if they're drinking absinthe, I feel like it's probably just France. You know how they are over there. It is giving me French vibes. What's your name? Sunny Jim? I can't see. Okay. What are you serving? Okay, I'm getting Paris vibes. I'm going Paris. I can't wait for it to actually be Belgium. Doing like here? What kind of year are we thinking? I mean, I'm thinking like maybe like 92. Okay, it was Paris and it was 98. You know what? Close enough. That's good points, that is. Okay, what we got here? Oh, Wales. Wales. I recognise the Henru. Anglesey? Festival. Okay, well, I also could just see where it says Festival Wales, I guess. Sophia Gardens Pavilion. Wait, is this in Cardiff? I want to say this is in Cardiff. I did live there. Sophia Gardens rings a bell. Yeah, right here. Oh, and this is the pavilions. This is literally where the cricket is. Okay, which side is it going to be? This is like a... It's either like a strike or it's like a graduation thing. I'm going to just put it here. Now, what year are we thinking? This guy's looking right at the camera. Well, there are women going to school, so it can't be that far back. I love the way this guy's job. He holds the string that stops this from falling over. That's so funny. Do we think this is post World War I and World War II? That's the question. I'm going to say this is... Oh, 1955? 1955. Yes, I think this is going to be big points. I think this is going to be huge points. Oh, come on, bro. It was here? That's not even where the pavilion is. Oh, whatever. That is massive points, though. It was 58? This thing's fucking lying to me. Whatever. Okay, what we got here? Some ladies. Something for something. Gothenburg? Gothenburg? God, I have no idea where this is. I'm thinking... Germany? That does not look like German to me, though, actually. Like a V instead of a U? That doesn't sound German to me. Where is this? Where would you have a city called Gothenburg? Is it in Poland? I feel like it's not in Poland, because otherwise Silver Sister would have said something. I'm thinking, like, you can't say it now, Silver. You can't throw me off like that. It's Rostrat for Kinswar. Kivinor. That does not help me, I'm afraid. Rosettes for women. I don't know. And I guess I'm gonna say this is during the World War II. No, I'm gonna say this is during World War One, which is why they're getting rosettes. I don't know why you'd get rosettes, but let's say it's 1911. God, I don't know where on earth this is. I'm just gonna put us firmly in Eastern Europe. Here, near Slovakia. Make guess. We're gonna lose all our points here. Sweden? Bro, this is Sweden? Actually, that makes more sense. Fuck. The fucking Gothenburg makes a lot more sense now. I should have seen that. Fuck. This V threw me off. Is that meant to be a V, or is that a fancy U? Yeah, even says Gotland here. Fuck. It is a V. They really use V's like that in Sweden? They're messed up over there. They're crazy. Okay, well, you know what? We can bring it back. Look at this guy. Lee. Someone's bank. Keynes for jeans. Keynes Naval Outfitters. Right, I'm going to go ahead and say we are in the United States of America. Wait, Qantas House? Hold on a second, are we in Australia? Qantas Airways? I think we might be in Australia. Wait a minute. What side of the road are they driving on? Oh shit, they're driving the left-hand side of the road. It is Australia. They almost got me. Almost got me, huh? Now, I'm just going to put Sydney. I'm sorry. I don't know enough about fucking different Australian cities to know which... We can put it in Melbourne. Should we put it in Melbourne? Melbourne is more central to the general South Wales area. No, let's stay with Sydney. There's no way they wouldn't put it in Sydney when it's Australia. That'll be illegal. Let's say this is 19... God, what year was this? Let's say 1928. It was New Zealand? Oh my God, fuck. And it was in 1974? New Zealand, please use better cameras. Oh my God, we've ruined it. We completely ruined it. This is obviously in California. Now, where the hell is Universal Studios? You know, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure have I been to Universal Studios? I think I have been to Universal Studios in California, but we just took a bus, so I'm not sure which side of California or Los Angeles is in. Let's see, you can see the fire So I'm gonna say, would it be near? It's not gonna be near Beverly Hills, is it? Maybe it is. I literally have no idea. I'm gonna put it as like, I feel like you should be able to see it on the map. It's flipping Disneyland and Universal Studios. Fuck it. Just put it here. And is this front of the line parts are $129? Jesus Christ. What are you looking at, buddy? Are you looking at a phone? I can't tell what the hell that is in his hand. I can't see anyone looking at their phones, which makes you want to think this is like the 90s. Oh wait, hold on. What are you calling on, buddy? That looks like a smartphone. Oh no, wait, are you on a phone? What is that? What is that in his hand? Is that? Oh, it's a brochure, like a leaflet. Regardless, I'm gonna say this is like 2008, and you're 2008. Make a guess. See you later, Hedema. Oh, huge. It was over here. Ah. Okay, right next to the Hollywood sign. Good to know. Final score? What? Oh, I thought I did so much better. No. Oh my god, I had such banger fucking... Oh, if it wasn't for this fucking Swedish one, I swear, like these ones were so on. Well, it is what it is, as the kids say. It is what it is. Let's go ahead and get on to what we're here for. Some good old-fashioned of the devil. Right. We are deep. I know, 35k. Embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Getting the year right is usually more important than the places you found. It drops it so much faster. That's so messed up because it's so much harder to get the the year than the time, the location. I mean, that makes sense, but still. Oh, gotta get my little lad on. There we go. Okay. Where did we end up putting? Didn't we put this up here? I feel like we ended up putting. Oh, it's because I'm not on the right. Where do you on this one? Come on. Come on, OBS. There we go. Right. What happened last time? Can I remember? We did the courtroom. I can't even remember. Let's just continue. I'll work out when I get there. I remember we had the whole courtroom scene. It is a bit of a pickle. Hold on. What are we talking about here? Oh, yes. Yes. We're trying to work out how Tariq Chopin was able to go to the scene of the crime, even though he never heard any gunshots, which implies he was working for the Blue Bloods. And when we killed some of the Blue Bloods in the crime scene, he got a signal somehow that they were in trouble. Yes, I remember. I remember it all. Okay. It is a bit of a pickle. What you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't. A patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory? Corrupt? You've got brass, all right. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer. The Hound of Ikaria! Huh? Big Otto. Sorry, was I meant to not click? Did I click something there? Oh, sorry. That's real rich coming from the mob lawyer defending the Hound of Ikaria. Big Otto. Your Honour, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so I'd already slipped the jury's feed with the crowd. Seriously? He's the Hound? Wait, they didn't know? Oh, fuck, okay. Oops. But isn't the Hound that cop killing animals? Knew that the whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what? You'll stab us in the back too? I can't give this guy the Eeyore voice if he's going to start being very animated. We need to get him a new voice. Sosuke. Please. Hold on. Sorry. There you go. But please calm down. And shut up. Bad apple. Hang the whole house with him. Oh, sorry, just adjusting my microphone. Ugh. Your Honour, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough. It's not enough. You butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. You assumed to a bad apple reference. Am I cooked? Hooli, you may be cooked. That one is one. Even I didn't expect him to do that one. How dare you? While you pigs were colluding with the Blue Bloods to rip off everyone in the lower wards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid, now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. Nah, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. This heat. Burn the house! Tension like haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots! And on the back of my neck. Every last one! Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you... A bead of sweat and something that feels like... Oh shit, what's this guy gonna do? Oh, he's got a gun! He's got a finger gun! Ta-ta, you son of a bitch! Behind us! Get down! Oh shit, what's that? Oh fuck, what am I reaching for? Desperate, weak. I don't even have my gun. Too slow anyway. Oh fuck, who's getting Oh! Who's got shot? Oh shit, it's London. He killed a fucking cop. Get down, Mr. President. Well, well, well. He is aura farming. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Hey, sorry. Hey. Are you okay? Are you hit? Sosuke, I am not injured. I love the fact that Sosuke was trying to save Sarah and does not realize Sarah is like a walking battle tank. Like, she could have easily tanked the fucking shot, no problem. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment, replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What? What do you mean, why? Why did I? I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You alright there, Mom? I'm fine, Detective. Sarah said she could trivially take like 5 high-caliber automated turret rounds in episode 1. Yeah, she said she could take 7. I think she said it takes 7 to take her down. And those were like real bullets, not like a fucking puny finger gun. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Quazim London. In that instance, I recognize a nameless whoop flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Well, it was nameless. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there. Is this the fucking chief? Oh, it's the judge. Okay, it's the judge. How did that man get into the courtroom, the building, and with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. Madam Barrows? She's like the judge, right? Superior judge at the higher circuit. Likes hot springs, cold beer, warm tea. My kind of lady. Dislikes waking up before her alarm. Classic. I also hate that. Cat person. I happen to be allergic. Mark answers as yes. Never forgets a password shorter than 10 characters. Okay, well, you've already failed, because you shouldn't have a password shorter than 10 characters. Rookie mistake. Favourite season, fall. Okay, you know what? You know what? I respect it. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel? As in teeth? Where on earth do these people... Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honour. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of the courthouse security team members. He probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and then modified to get him into the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so... You ask me? We're lucky he snuck in with something more directed. Oh, we're lucky he stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? I can't believe our post 9/11 security measures didn't catch that. We need to up the security. That's so true. That's so true. We need 5 more metal detectors. You're not allowed to take in any liquids above 1 milliliter of volume. No shoes and no socks. Take your socks off as well. We can't trust it. The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Ikaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask organised crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bosun Bresson. God. I think I would turn to a life of crime if my name was like that as well. Jesus, that's an awful name. Low-level muscle in the Blue Bloods Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the setup. I thought he was a cop. I thought he was like a cop who was pissed off and was trying to kill him. Any connection to Creek's pod? Meh. Older generation. Different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Councillor Morgan, I assume you'd be filing for a mistrial? About that. I feel like it's in my client's best interests for the trial to continue. I ain't no bitch. We're going, run it back. We're going round 2, baby. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honour, as I've always understood it, is for a defence attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he's killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikuria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honour. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. I kind of assumed they'd just forgotten about that part in the future. They kind of been like, well, whatever. Just get 12 people. Doesn't matter how unbiased they are. Even if that's true, and even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says it's to keep it that way for another half hour. We would have to... The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them could... Ambulance chasers will pay prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial is over. Which will be when, exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished? Tomorrow? Yes, Your Honour. Oh. Fine, yes. We'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honour. Detective, follow me. You will need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you, for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the Hound of Ikario on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? Ah. +2. That's a +2 from me. I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Ikaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out the papers. Oh, that's true. Yeah. That's a good point. She's thinking 2 steps ahead. It also keeps, because yeah, if this story broke, then obviously she would be prime material for all the newspapers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bo and Bresson will be glad London did him in one. Oh, they fucking killed him. Okay. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Ah. Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Jealous of what? London shooting that guy? I've always wanted to kill Popper, motherfucker. And London stole it from me. I had my gun right here. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass, just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If the hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and their subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sosuke Ikaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his grey matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. Oh, shit. Okay. Strap in. Now comes the abusive father arc. Get ready. The way she whispered it, in that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself. She really is perfect for us. We're both broken people. Who feel no emotions whatsoever. It's the perfect match. Floor 48. Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Councillor Morgan. Done as said. You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Ikaria really is. Come on. There's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. Oh, that was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him? Yeah. Real, lucky. I know. I'm agreeing with you. It would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Oh, called out. Did you know? No, but I'm brave. I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognised him? Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped the guy was fidgeting around all day. Bresson had been in the courtroom all day? How long had he waited to take his shot? We can fix her. Emma will make us worse. We will make each other worse, but in like a cool, sexy way. Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back. Nosebleed. Flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably, metahexafenylin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Nirvana? Party drug that college kids are huffing? It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and a mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. Pfft. He broke 4 teeth, and he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball that's now rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're going to legalise it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What will happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Pharma megs and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The grey tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Sinus? Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs in the pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalised? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate and... basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep and everyone's past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Ikaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back in court there about Prop 492, you really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with the Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended up the way it did. So, what's the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. And the shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these Blue Bloods are alike. He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little bit more detail than that. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for the Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wants you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? Sarah? Sarah loves Sosuke. I need to try harder to disregard that nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. Makoto as well, true. And now, these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of, Let me think. I mean, I know as the Hound, he does kill just like random people. Or not random people, but like house members. But I got the feeling he killed like higher up houses, not like the Blue Bloods. Like he was used to like kill families who would be too prideful to admit they got people killed. I want to say last year's meeting. I don't know why. Like it all fell apart, and it seems thematically relevant or like narratively relevant. Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about? What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were going to work out a deal for the Korean network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked squill the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was meant to be kept strictly confidential. Well, thank you. Thank you, Joseph Anderson. Thank you for the raid. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for the joms. I hope Pathologic is still going on. I hope you are all still enjoying the tranquility of the early stages of Pathologic before everyone fucking dies. We are playing Of the Devil here. This is legally distinct Neko arc. Yes. This is where is it? This one. It's Neko Morgue. This is not 100 Line. I know. We managed to finally defeat all of 100 Line, or at least as much as I was going to play a few months ago. Or like 6 months ago at this point, I think, actually. So we are free. And we are now playing Of the Devil, a game that's halfway between Ace Attorney and Danganronpa. So, I've been having a great time. This is a really good game. I really like it. It has a lot of style. So I invite you to stick around. But if you want to play the game for yourself, then obviously feel free to leave before you get truly spoiled. Thank you, Annie for Prez, for the subscription. Subscribe for 3 months. Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. I hope everyone's doing well. How was Joe's stream? Was it good? And thank you everyone for the follows as well. Thank you. This is not Tsukihime. No. And congratulations for being one of the only people who knows that's connected to Neko Arc. Comfy stream. Pretty chill. As chill as it can be when you're a doctor in a town ravaged by the plague, but a fun stream. I have to catch up on the VOD. Anyway, if you are not leaving for spoilers, we are... basically all you need to know is we are a defense attorney defending this Yakuza guy who has been accused of killing 4 gangsters and a policeman. Even though he is innocent, although he has killed a lot of other people. And we're just trying to work out what's been going on between him and a rival gang. Does Neko Morgue go, Peru? Lawyer? She does. She does indeed. There's also a, I mean, I love the keychains in this game. They're so fun. It's an It's Morging Time classic. We got Labubu's. We got some good ones in here. We got the Homestuck one. But we're on the Neko Morgue at the moment. We're on the Neko Morgue. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised. Weapons drawn. I was in the shadows and oh, we're in an exciting part as well. Or we're just coming down from an exciting part where a rival gang just tried to kill him in the courtroom. They had a finger. This is set in like 2088. So the guy had a gun built into his finger that he shot at us. But we were saved by our policeman friend. Stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. Huh. This is our android partner, aka the Maya of this game. Won't you show the special Reyes keychain? I don't know if I'm allowed to. Okay, you know what? I'll show you for like 5 seconds. Right, if you have small children, close your eyes. This is the reward you get. This is the reward you get from clearing episode 1 on a hard mode. You get the sexy Reyes in Bunny Gill. Rodney is gonna get us banned. Also, the one time you want to look at it, it's hidden behind the thing. I can't even. There you go. Anyway, back to Naked Walk. I'm excited. It's real motivation to see what the what the reward is for beating episode 2 on hard mode, huh? The householders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps... Hold on, what did I miss there? Oh, okay, they tried to kill Makoto with a blade, okay. Felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full time. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? Rodney, don't shoot! It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure he's already left. It's fine. We're safe from the prying eyes of Twitch admins. I'm not popular or famous enough to get Twitch admins around here. We're safe. We're hidden in the dark corners. You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kind of assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. I'm no Unk. I'm clearly Zuma coded, Morgan. Which clearly means this corner is unmoderated and, I mean, to be fair, through a string of coincidences, I think most of the mods are not here. Hoolie's still here, though. He'll lay down the heavy hand of the law. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. Or a price. But if that's how it's going to go, I'm going to need a drink first. Okay, so we may have just got out of the courtroom part and into the, you know, your classic ace attorney walking around investigating part. Here to join? What are you talking about? Hmm? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Oh, this is part of our protagonist's tragic backstory. Hmm? Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like, 5% of the books in the library are. It's called Umi Neko. Have you read it? Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted. Isn't that like blackmail, counsellor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too, right? No, I don't actually care. Who is this? Who is this high school romance, Morgan? Who you keep thinking about? Is something wrong? Why would you think something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. I was doing the dishes, who do I need to kill? Just kill whoever you think is worthy. And honestly, Huli, I think to install justice around here, just like ban a chatter every like 10 minutes just to keep them on their toes. You know what I'm saying? It's like a panopticon kind of deal. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think, pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to that side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sarah's like, I want to be an anime protagonist, but I'm only like halfway to an anime protagonist. This guy, Hypothetical Wars, has been breaking all the rules? Oh shit. Alright, time to delete the channel. Let's go. Sosuke was the one who acted, while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. She wishes she was a little bit taller. She wishes she was a baller. She wishes she had a girl in the crib he could call her. Something like that. She wishes she had a rabbit in the hat and a tame Impala? What the hell's that last thing he wishes for? Whatever. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom when Detective London took up that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason he would act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I am not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he is dead. More... Sarah coming to grips with like the inevitability of death and like existentialism. Morgan doesn't give a shit about human life her entire life. She's like, yeah, okay, yeah, alright, sure, yeah, okay. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even most of the ordinary stuff, like people being shot in the street. Guess I forget that includes the extraordinary too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Again, so if you're still here, I assume you do not care about spoilers. So the context here is Morgan is not only a criminal defense lawyer, she is a criminal defense lawyer. She is a serial killer who goes around and kills people for fun. And the reason she's partly defending this case is because she knows the Yakuza guy is innocent because she killed 4 out of the 5 people he's being accused of murdering. Morgan smiling in the chat, exactly. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. Morgan, could you have said that any more fucking promiscuously when thinking about your toxic Yuri lover? And how much you want to kill her, but also bang her? And then says every time is like the first time? I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. I'm a lone wolf. I would call myself a Sigma. Not a beta like you, Sarah. Edgiest of the edgiest. She is so edgy. Irashai. Irashai. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favourite girls? One's Sarah, who's the other? A figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I love this pose for Sarah. The fucking... the hands on chin. Well, I've just got in this case of beautiful, tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savoury and full, with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree, down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What will you say to your customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? 2 waters, come right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Ikaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them. Oh, these neo-ability types. Their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and backside to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point they can't misconstrue. And the Ikaria aren't exactly top of the neo-ability pecking order. Reminding the others they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They all know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed to do was get away with murder, he'd probably be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills a target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the hound kills where a house's rival can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it, looking about how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue-blooded assassin trying to mist him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the Blue Bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. This was before the Ikaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rust weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Ikaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if what? If the Ikaria hadn't killed them all? But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left behind were the old timers, the grandparents and the great uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens, and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable. They keep bringing this up. I am certain, like, one of the Ikaria actually has blue blood in them, and they can open up the deposits overseas. Like, the blue bloods have to get them first. And impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. Crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord? That's another one. A new spin on one of the oldest tales in the book. A Promised Prince. The belief is exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves, one lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Old guard certainly seem to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes young bloods start talking about, maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Okay, fucking Redditor Sarah, calm down. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant, if you prefer, that we're talking about. Young bloods give their lives to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut them loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. And so do the young bloods. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means that someone else killed Tariq Chopin. I don't think it's going to show it here, but isn't Sosuke an orphan? Didn't they say he was an orphan who was taken in by the family? They said he was an orphan from another part of the family, but what if he was in fact an orphan from the Blue Bloods, and he was the last one left alive, and then they thought it'd be a sick joke to make him grow up to become an assassin and a bodyguard for the other side. Curiouser and curiouser. What are the terms we missed? Oh, yeah, genetic factor authentication. Had that one. Red ink tech, I think we've had this one as well. Tenants. Yeah, the code, that's fine. Okay. That would be, golly, that would be a shocking turn of events. It really would, wouldn't it? Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tariq Shob. You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. Oh shit, maybe Tariq is the son of the Blue Bloods. Maybe Sarah's the son of the Blue Bloods. It could be anyone. It could be you, or even points at chat, points in camera, you. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. This is the one. Yes, it means, what was it? It was corporations. Yeah, the higher end rich corporation people can become more anonymous. So you can't go around killing ultra wealthy people because you don't know who they are. Alright, chat. Hands up in chat right now if you are the son of the Blue Bloods, the long lost little lord from the Blue Bloods. Heir to several $1 billion in future money. Just own up right now, it's gonna be a lot quicker. Sarah, look this guy up. Jarvis. I want to see Morgan using Sarah like Jarvis. Sarah. Look, I'm trying to think what it's fucking all the memes are with fucking Jarvis. Anyway, you know what I mean. Just imagine Morgan as Iron Man, Sarah as Jarvis, and just being like, Jarvis, open up Reddit account. Negative karma to all of fucking Sosuke's posts. Sarah, shit this guy's pants. Exactly. Sarah, shit this guy's pants. Sarah, delete this person's Fortnite account. Actually, you're zero. Oh, shit. I'm not a little lord. I'm just a little lad who likes berries and creams. An easy mistake to make. That is true. Berries and creams. Berries and creams. Okay, anyway. Let's go with age. How old was he? His age is listed at 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. Sarah, unsubscribe from the eCareer social media. Sarah, post the twit longer. There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. To Shabari, thank you for the follow. Thank you. And thank you, Shielditheo, earlier for the follow as well. Thank you. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. He was an orphan 27 years ago. That was pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. Adoption. They're both, look at these fucking nerds. They're both doing the fucking thinking pose. You like Sarah's glowing eyes indicating she's currently scrolling TikTok. It is great whenever she's like searching online. You can just see her eyes flash up. I also, yeah, like, you got to imagine, you're just talking to Sarah mid-conversation, her eyes start flashing up, she starts playing fucking, what's it called? Subway Surfers. In the periphery of her vision while she's talking to you. I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to gospel home orphanages. A private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. If they'd just gone swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. I'm not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they'd let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting and... No. A child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think, this isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. Look at all three of them. The fucking three stooges here putting together their 5 brain cells to work out who this guy is. And spoiler alert, Morgan has 4 of those brain cells. Education. The thinkers. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law's being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likeable or reliable. Where is my thinking pose? Oh, fuck. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sure I have one around here. Hold on. World. Hold on. Da 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 da. There you go. While we're all thinking. There you go. This is when it's thinking time. We get the old thinker out. And I guess while we're here, give this to fucking to Sarah. Joining with the police force was nothing but a calculated move. That means you had a clear plan of what to do afterwards. Oh, hold on. Chatter saved. Thank you, Cakewalking. Thank you. For saving another chatter from the horrors of fate. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think... You think Chopin was the little lord? Oh shit, they're jumping the gun on me. You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. See, this is the twist. Because they're like, oh, you think this guy's the little lord? Don't be ridiculous. And then they're slowly trying to build it up so you think, you're like, okay, obviously that guy wasn't the little lord. The real little lord is Makoto. And then the huge twist is that it's actually Sosuke. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? If we, for a moment, okay, we can take the thinking thing off. Assume that unicorns and dragons and fuck, I was going to say it perfectly. Tsuchinokos are real, and I stumbled. I was going to be like, I'm going to look so cool because I can say this word without stumbling over it, because I've seen Kimono Friends. Tsuchinokos are real. What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you. And then, yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the little lord. Another fantastic face from Sarah here. Tsuchinoko real, exactly. The final twist is it's Reyes. Oh shit, that would be a twist. And that's why London's on the force. Because London, he's paid by the criminal underworld, including the Blue Bloods, because he's secretly looking after Reyes to make sure nothing goes wrong for her when Reyes eventually grows up and takes the mantle as the new head of the Blue Bloods. It all comes together. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead to prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1, this is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. Fuck, they don't tell you their date, do you? You look like you could be 30. I could see you being like 32, 33. Actually, to be honest, the grizzled fucking, you know, samurai look, he could probably be like 38, 39. You're in the right age range, that's what I'm going to say. They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it. Who? As I recall, the only Youngblood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only Youngblood I know? 3. I can think of at least one other group that would kill to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Ikaria. And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook, or hound? And that would neatly explain why the Old Guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the Old Guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. And what if the assassin was a Youngblood trying to kill Sosuke because they realized he is the heir, and the Old Bloods will get rid of the Youngbloods when he's, you know, revealed. The ruffled Yakuza look, Kiryu at 60 looking 30. Okay, but in all fairness, you can't judge any RGG Yakuza character, because those fuckers are literally immortal. Like, if I can get a photo of... Hold on. Give me like a... Hold on. I'm just going to pull this up real quick. Hold on. This is a character many know. He goes by the name of Majima. Goro Majima. Anyone want to guess how old this man is? Anyone want to have a quick guess how old Goro Majima is? I mean, he's got pecs, he's got a six-pack, he's got a charming goatee. This man that you see before you is 60 years old. He is 60 years old in Pirate Yakuza. He is 59 in Infinite Wealth. It is ridiculous. Like, you cannot trust this series at all for anything it says. Hold on, let me see if I can find, like... Okay, this will do. Look at this man, and imagine a 60-year-old man doing this stuff. He is, in fact, older than Kiryu. You know what they say? Being a pirate takes 30 years off your life. Oh my god, what's this? Of the Devil. That sounds pretty good. This sounds like a funny guy to watch. On Hypothetical Warriors stream on YouTube. I'll have to check that out later. Interesting. Being an RGG fan is rough in 2026. Pirate Yakuza rules, by the way. I really should go back and finish it. I played it for like 10 hours. It was, in fact, Pirate Yakuza is, in fact, the first game I ever streamed on this channel. You can't see it anymore because Twitch deletes all VODs after 3 months, and I didn't save it for YouTube. But it was the first game I ever streamed. But yeah, I never finished. I only streamed it for one stream just to like test it. But yeah, like I don't know. I should go back and play it, but I lost the motivation. I do like Majima. I like Yakuza, but if the series feels a little directionless at the moment. I'm kind of like, yeah. I used to be a huge Yakuza fan, and now chatter saved. Stop that. I don't know. We'll see how Yakuza 9 is, because if Yakuza 9 doesn't solve my issues with the game or the series, I don't know. I'll still play the games, but I probably won't be like, oh yeah, I'm a huge fan of the series anymore. We had like 5 people back then. How the wars grows. True, true. Those were the good old days, huh? Back when we had 5 people. Ah, the good old days. It's whelming. Yeah, that's kind of my feel with it. I couldn't even bring myself to finish it. I'm not gonna play Kiwami 3 either. Because like I don't know, I just heard so many bad things about that series. That game, and like it's so sad because it had such potential. It was like the perfect game to God, where can we put? I'm gonna put us over here. No, this is probably fine, right? It's blocking less of people's heads from over here. It has such good potential to remake, and then they just never did. Oh, they made it back badly. Oh well. Oh no, I think the combat in the Yakuza games is fine. Yakuza 8 as well improved the combat substantially. I really like how they did the combat in Yakuza 8. I think the sub stories are fun. The mini games are good. Yakuza 8 is a good game. Don't get me wrong, great. In fact, I would say a great game. But the problem is they just can't let go of the past, right? There's this whole thing with a character from the previous part of the series. Well, they show it in the trailers. It's Kiryu. Kiryu's in it. Big thing with Kiryu, which I liked. I really liked the game and ending of Kiryu. But like they just can't let go. And so many of the sub stories were about like, remember this guy, remember this person, remember this. It's like I don't know how they do it fresh. You know what I mean? That's my concern. Like if Yakuza 9 comes out and it's like, here's Kiryu and here's all these things from the past, and oh, look at all these characters who you thought were dead, but actually we brought them back, because then the fans go, oh shit, it's them. Then they do the soy pog face at the cat, at the fucking screen. Like, you know, I just want a bit of that. I want to feel like I'm playing like Yakuza 4 or 5 again. You know what I mean? But hey. Anyway. Hey Sarah, give me some footage of me making this next one from over in that corner. Over there in the corner. Boss? Can't we play as 90-year-old Kiryu who still looks 30? The one thing I will say for Yakuza 8 is there are, I would say, 3 individual parts in that game where you see Kiryu and you go, damn, this motherfucker looks old. Like, there's a there's one part in particular I'm thinking of where you're like, oh, this is not the fucking invincible god king he was in Yakuza 5 when he took on 200 Yakuza by himself and dodged rockets. You haven't played 4 or 5? Yuli, which games have you played at the Yakuza games? Because I would recommend, if you liked like 0 and 1 and 2, or those ones, I think Yakuza 5 may be the best Yakuza game they've ever made. But that's because I like the old Yakuza. Bullshit a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. That would be in the TikTok AI voice. I just found the hidden gem that is the best place ever. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like, you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day. I don't want to hear all that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. Oh my god, she's a social media manager. She's like, boss, did you know the optimal time to post any post is at 5 p.m. GMT? Because you get the people in Europe coming off their work time, but you also hit the lunch break for East Coast of America. The analytics show that you did 0, 7, and IW. You know what? That's fair. If you're the kind of person who's like, you know in your heart of hearts, you're never going to go back and play all the old Yakuza games, no matter how many people tell you they're good. 7 is a good place to start, and then like you can just go on in the future, right? You've done 7, Infinite Wealth, and you're good to go for the next one. Pirate Yakuza ending really does indicate they're ready to move on, but you never know with these guys. Well, yeah. I think I'm also kind of disappointed they didn't do much with. I heard the Pirate Yakuza the Majima story doesn't really advance that much. I was more than happy to have like a Majima and Saejima game where you're going and doing things with fucking Daigo to like sort out the waste disposal business to like help all the Yakuza out or something. But yeah. You played 0, binged the history of the series, and played 7. You watched all the Tasnakura videos. I mean, he's only up to like Yakuza 5, I think. But actually, no, has he done all of them? He might have done all the way up to 6 now. I can't remember. Doesn't have to be that corner. The lighting will be bad. Any corner. Just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if... It'll look like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way. Snake is up to 7. Oh, shit. You didn't have to go the reincarnation route to the Kiryu? That's gonna batshit plot twist so they could pull out 5 more games? Look, okay. One thing I kind of wanted to happen in Yakuza 8, but now it could technically happen throughout the rest of the games, right? There's always the chance. Is, you know how they had like 2 parties in Yakuza 8? You had like the Kiryu party and the Ichiban party. I really wanted them in Yakuza 8 to make the Kiryu party be Kiryu, Haruka, and then like people from the orphanage. Like, what's his face? The wrestler guy? The wrestler kid? Like, all grown up, and you'd have them in the party. So that's what I'd love to see. I'd love to see, instead of bringing Kiryu back, you have Kiryu's orphan kids be a party member. That would be awesome. But anyway. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. Oh, hello. Here we go. We're getting the aura farming sprites in now. And they got the cool music going on. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Stick it under the fridge. Oh, she's so impressed. She is so impressed by everyone. Also, they really need to get her a better dress. I don't know why they've kept her wearing a potato sack. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? Morgan's so fucking... There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floorboard. Carpet line. Juiced. Pay no attention to the second half. I'm using here, Sarah. Pay attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now, you're the lawyer, and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk until it's a weekend, in which case... Put it in the bowl in the fridge. But it seems to me like you're approaching this shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Orgeat. What the fuck is orgeat? If a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe your shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. Huh? I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be deadly, down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building, can easily become I saw her running away. Someone wanted to get me. A courtroom full of cops would be the pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah. But it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be, where they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish, with charred cinnamon for a smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. No! Don't you fucking do it. Don't you fucking do... Oh. God, is this another Umineko reference? I'm trying to work out. A bitter blessing? Is this another VN? Is this a reference to another VN? They would never? They already did it! They already did a fucking Maria reference earlier. With this exact shot. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? Okay, this is 100% a reference to something, but I just don't know what it is. We have any VNers in the chat? Any VN enjoyers? Because the fact they've given it the VN blur background makes me think it must be a VN joke, but I don't know what it is. You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm a nobody, Ren. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. Is that a fucking... Why is the karaoke microphone super powered? What is going on with this? I hope you're right. You're still bracing for Umineko? It's true. The PTSD never leaves. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. And the devil laughs. You get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... One last thing. Apparently Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. If the little lord's an urban legend, Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting the same shit around burning tires, trying to make them the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Those fucking noobs. I do not know about phantom power. What is phantom power? Phantom power. Wait, hold on, I do know about phantom power. Actually, I do know about this because I had to fucking work out what the hell this was when I was getting this microphone. Because I have this microphone, which they're like, oh yeah, use phantom power to boost the volume. And then I did, because I checked it, and it's like, yeah, you can use the mixer and everything. And the volume was so loud. Like, I had a phantom power mixed, attached to the, hold on, what's it called? I got it right here. The cloud lifter, right? Because everyone's like, oh yeah, use a cloud lifter with your fucking mic. With your Shure microphone. So I got it, I put the thing, I had the phantom power, and it was so insanely loud, like everything I said blew out the mic, even if I had the mic down like 5% volume. So I think my mixer is not suitable for, even though it tells me it can use phantom power with the 48 volt, I just don't think it's a very good mixer. I think I just got a cheap mixer, which is kind of fucking the whole thing up. At some point, I need to get a better mixer, basically, is what I'm saying. But now I'd have this fucking cloud lifter I spent like 100 quid on that just sits on my table as a paperweight. I mean, at least it looks kind of impressive. It looks kind of like official, but whatever. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon? Huntsman. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they are real. You just said they were boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin? Like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Oh, nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill on down your spine one night on your way home from work. Go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. Ah, but I don't have a mom. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the Blue Bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come across into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Maybe like some kind of mask that could block out all camera activity. You know, like the one you stole from the Blue Bloods, Morgan? You remember that? Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I kill anyone else. With pleasure. Boom. Mic drop. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What, kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. It needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? Oh my god, where the fuck is this going? Host clubs? Okay. Uh-oh. You know what? I think it's time to take a break. It's been 2 hours. Seems like a good stopping point. I'll leave the music going. And I will see you in 5 to 10 minutes. Bye. Alright. Alright. Let's get back to it. It has to be a VOD vlog for the rest of this, sadly, but have fun. Good night. Good night, day. Enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your dreams. Okay. Right. Nightclub, potentially host club. Reyes pissed off as always. Right, how do I do the Reyes voice? It's like a, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. Oh god, what other voice did I give this girl? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've got to be. You're a drag-pushing lowlife. Why would I ever need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Wink. Oh my god, it's Pink Barbie London. And not the time to be a smart ass. Reyes, you only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? The city's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime scene secure. They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Are battered spouses not real victims? Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Signers is legitimate, Rays. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around barehanded and knocking shit all over the place and leaving trash. Knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges too, alright? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. You have any idea how many missing teens there are on the lower wards? No, because we find them. Because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolence from you. So sorry, man, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Han, not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. Sorry, I'm not calm when we've got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken, or do you just not recognise anyone without a badge as human? Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it, gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you? Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No! You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debrief. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine, wink. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk over me again and I'll break your finger. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Oh, clearly, this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give him a call? Oh shit. Let him know you're going around kicking a hornet's nest and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung. Fuck. How connected is London? Is he fucking like at the top of the food? Like, he seems pretty well connected. That's what I'm gonna say. Whatever. You think you could walk away after all the shit you said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Forget it. You can all go to hell for all I care. Well, what did Sarah do? Calm down. London's the little lord? Oh, shit. It all makes sense. London is the little lord all along. Yeah, he's well connected in a shady way, but like when we first learned he was shady, he was like, I have a message to pass on from the Blue Bloods. Which could mean like, you know, he's not really that well connected. He just takes a couple of bribes. You know what I mean? Like he's quite low down the chain. But if he's then like, by the way, I'll just call your boss and tell him you're fucking around. That means like he's a bit higher up the food chain than just like messenger. That's a rough 20-something. Okay, first of all, I think it's 30-something. But also, yeah, I mean, he looks... He looks like he's on the... God, on the wrong end of 40, maybe? Like, if I had to guess London's age... Oh... Somewhere between 38 and 45. London's probably older than the Blue Bloods old guard. Okay, let's not go crazy. London's not like 60. I mean, it's hard to tell with his art style, but like... You know, everyone calls him Gramps. Everyone calls him Unc. Oh, no, not you! She saw Sarah giving her the puppy dog eyes. She's like, what have I done? Poor Reyes. Poor Sarah. For God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was going to blow up no matter what. Situations like this require compromise. And Reyes is, uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And it shows you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson. The Blue Bloods are a big organisation, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the grey areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the deaths of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him into a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're just surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing, that's nothing. Practically Alfie. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. Smile. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. About Chopin. Anyone go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think you just mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof Windows theory, but don't expect to be welcome at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace for it in any of the comms logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. Wait, little lady? More like little lord? Oh my god, what if Sarah is the little lord? Constructed to become the perfect genetic match for the Blue Blood fortune. It's all coming together. My god. But maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages? In what world? Was that your whole story back in the classroom? Your story, the whole story, and nothing but your story? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 10999, 1 hour around 10:15 p.m. telling us that Chopin's art was stopped. Wait a minute. 10999. 999 is the UK police number. This guy's called London. Wait a second. Wait a minute. Maybe I've gone about this all wrong. What if this actually isn't in America? What if this is in London? What if this is cyberpunk England? Oh shit. It's all coming together. Quickly, I need to see, like, someone point out the next time we have a word that would have a U in it if it was English. Like colour. We need to see if this is American English or English. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. Okay, never mind, it's American. They used the word elevator, it's American. Maybe in 2088, like, cultural spread is so strong that everyone uses the word elevator. I don't think tea has been mentioned in the entire series, not British. Wrong. They mentioned... Hold on. Where is she? What the fuck's her name? Warm Tea Barrows. Melissa Barrows. Checkmate. No, okay. So, jokes aside, we don't only say lift. I'm pretty sure I've used the word elevator multiple times. What a memory pull. Huge. You know what? Sometimes the old brain still got it. But I'm sure I've used the word elevator several times in my life. But normally you say lift. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers was reported that he was dead. How the hell did Rogers report that he was dead? At 10:21 p.m, we approached from the front of the building. Saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Opinions on the first, second floor being called ground or one? Okay, look. This may just be biased because I'm, English, but I think having the ground floor be the ground floor, the first floor you walk in at ground level being the ground floor, makes sense to me. Because then first floor is one floor up. And, like, if you're doing it numerically, you don't start when you count at 1. You start counting at 0. It goes 0 and then 1. So to have ground floor and then 1 makes sense to me. Starting at 1 means when you move one floor up ground level, you're on floor 2. That's crazy. That's just incorrect mathematics. Like, what are we doing here? Now, the real question is, if you go below ground level, do you call it basement 1 or -1? Gold medal is ground place, and silver medal is first place? Okay, but that is different because you are not starting from 0, you're ranking a set of people. So when you're ranking a set of people, the smallest number you have is 1. Hello, Silver. Basically what you've missed is someone shot at Sosuke during the courtroom to try and kill him. And we've been told, people have been talking a lot about Little Lords, which is the idea that the blue blood have a secret heir that can unlock the family fortune. And we've been going around accusing every single person of being the Little Lord. Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined, and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. You know what's interesting? I've never thought, it makes perfect sense, but I've never thought of people using SOP outside of scientific labs. Because obviously I work in science, so I see the word SOP all the time, but I just assume it only stands for it's only used in research. But I guess everyone just uses it because it's just standard operating procedure. It's just or protocol. Whichever one I guess it swaps independently depending on what you're doing. But I guess it's just probably common parlance throughout most jobs. How level-headed. So the Officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Sosuke down all by himself? Yeah. Charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume you found that the first floor was, in fact, clear? Yeah. All these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Sinus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors, old man. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. They weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed a lock on a nightly roundup or something. Sinus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later, how did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. Ground floored. But even then, how the hell are you going to convince a jury that anyone other than Sosuke killed him? SOP is used in my legal tech firm for basically our training materials. That makes sense. See, it makes a lot of sense in research or like labs because you're doing the same exact protocol over and over and over again. So I guess in other jobs where you have to be a bit more flexible, it doesn't work too well. But for like training materials where you're expected to learn the same thing exactly the same way each time, it makes sense as well to have SOPs. It will be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? You want to pitch this as the young bloods and the old guard going at it over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over. Proposition 492. But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory is correct, and Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them, the old guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off of Prop 492 were a young blood conspiracy? The thinkers. Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname. 'Cause you're always so bright. A nickname? Oh shit. This is a new song. This is the Sarah is super excited song. But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry. Should have asked first. Well, what do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. Oh fuck. Nickname revoked. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. What the hell? Did you hate spearmint that much? You're taking nicknames from another person? I would never want to seem ungrateful. Get on, Morgan. You just got out-nicknamed. Fucking nickname cucked. Seems like the smell is starting to fade. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Libiboo. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. The sequel to Nip Tuck. Nick Tuck. Wow. I didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. They got confused this time of day. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Cute android, by the way. Aww. So, what's up? There's a couple of ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start off big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have? It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True! That's damn true. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Huh. Let me know if you figured that one out. Either an alarm is analog and loud or digital and silent. They don't mix. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances? What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging, she bragged. Could have sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. It doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? I still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. Can you sniff out a knife? Right, I'm the only one here who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now, go fetch. You could ask nicely. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old, rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy, fat ass. As you command, Adonai. And stop. Several minutes later, that's not an instant, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the wait comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It is not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. That's unironically true. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Did you find something? Yes. My knife, and it's charred. I found it among the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and Cyanus miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true, wink. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they'd have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of the corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife may be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. Oh, is this why they put the blood types on everyone? Well, obviously not you. Yeah, they always have the blood types for everybody. Oh, wait, hold on. Do you notice how Sarah's eyes become glowing red through the phone? Spooky. That could work, Adonai. Great. Ready to get started? Pardon? You're capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analysing blood type? It's got to be simpler, right? It might be, Adonai, but to analyse the blood on this knife, I would have to use my... Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It will taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like? Well, honestly, maybe she does. Of course I don't. Wink. Yeah, I assumed it was the Japanese personality thing, but maybe they put it in there for this exact reason. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. I will reference this incident the next time we discuss raises, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Oh, what is this? Analyze the blood. Analyzing flavor profile. Analyze complete. Oh, look at her. That's so cute. Of course. Classic. The classic rainbow vomit. What you got? There is blood from more than one person present. Is that a reference to? The only thing I could know it'd be referencing is Konosuba when Aqua throws up rainbow vomit. But I think rainbow vomit is just a cutesy way they use in certain anime and, like, you know, cartoons and media to, like, show someone throwing up without having to actually make it gross by showing you, you know, vomit. Mostly B-, I believe, with some AB- around the tip. Okay, well, here we go. Where are we? Okay, we are AB-. That's not good for us. Rockford? You're O+. Okay, okay, you're free. Who's B-? You're B+. Okay, London, you're on thin ice. B-. Miller. Okay, so Miller. Oh, yeah, because we slashed Miller's throat with it, I guess. Don't be negative. Be positive. All right. Now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data I have. Oh god, I was kind of hoping it would do it for me. I didn't really want to have to go through all the profiles. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. Yes, Adonai. From a what should I say? A pretty brief run through of AKA I can't be bothered to go through all the profiles. It kind of looks like it slashed what's-his-face's throat, which makes sense because that's what we did. And then the tip was some of Morgan's blood when, like, she just somehow managed to get a little bit of it on her or something. And you've just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. How many androids can say that? Now, come on. We've got some boxes to take. Morgan, the expert manipulator. Oh god, okay, we're going through it again. What do we got here? So this is where they found Creek's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. If anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm... No, he must have been paralysed in between the time he was shot and his actual expiration. They weren't paralysed. What do you mean? If they had been paralysed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's... true. But he just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead? Letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. If he had been holding something, but dropped it when he died... Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Looking. Hang on, what's this? This garishly coloured giant button. Really, Morgan? You missed this? You missed him holding a cartoonishly large button in his hand? Ah. What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this... Ah! This little toy thing. You can hear it? I can, and it's not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear this, or was this some sort of special feature David gave you? I imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Maybe I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighbourhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproof, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not within your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. But do you really think that Creek was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Nuisance maker. Alright, hold on. I actually have to go through this evidence because last time we did actually miss something. Okay. Vault door. We had one that was unlocked and the rest were locked. A mass-produced, medium-sized combat knife sold at a wide variety of outdoors or hunting vendors. Recovered at the bottom of an ash-filled barrel in the alley just outside the crime scene. Sarah's unique but nonetheless admissible forensic science found the presence of the following blood types: -B blood, AB- blood. Last time I'll ever leave something important with Sosuke, how the hell did it end up outside? Broken bat, a cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem, splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning fingerprint analysis, proven inconclusive, returning only partials. I like the fact that it has the red text like as her own internal thoughts that aren't like that are obviously criminal, so they're not public thoughts. It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room. I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that. I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Autopsy. Blah blah blah. Subject was shot from close range. Modded spinal brace. Said spinal brace protected the slug from shattering completely, slightly prolonging the subject's life in exchange for multiple damage to internal organs. Subject's childhood medical records indicate DT3, but no signs of the disease seem to exist at this time. No methamphetamine in bloodstream. Most likely subject recovered due to natural robustness. Is that going to come in? Is that ever going to be relevant, or is that just they put it there for fun? Wow, look at Sarah's eyes in this. She's looking spookier and spookier. Creek's datapad. Dark card. Okay, nothing is in there. Creek's note, M. Ikaria. Handwriting is a match for other things penned by Creek. Cut bindings, cut with something sharp. Dark card. Sure. Magus. Registered tanks. No one else's fingerprints are on it. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target, increasing lethality. Horribly gaudy, but it got the job done. Makoto's testimony. Yeah, the Yoru, yeah, that's fine. Miller's autopsy. Subject was stabbed in the neck by a bladed instrument, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Puncture wounds approx 13 centimeters deep. Blood on the subject's hands suggests they were attempting to staunch the bleeding. Mods indicate their self-defense mechanisms were activated shortly prior to death, combined with the subjection of the stab wound. Subjects most likely faced their attacker and attempted to fight back. Needle gun. Sure. Needles. It's fine. Sound system. Yeah. Tank's autopsy. Time of death 9:44. Sure. Trey's autopsy 45. Yeah. The whistle. Picked up by many electronics. Windows. Additional analysis of the building has confirmed the windows are all effectively soundproofed when closed. And that's everything. Okay, cool. Okay, well that's a pretty good entrance for us. Red ink protocol, designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Didn't anyone just take up their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arc shows they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where the officer Chopin or anyone else could read them. They weren't left there by Creek. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask. And I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. Come on, Morgan. You're better than that. Morgan not picking up on the frequency thing because no one is texting her and causing the radio wave buzz. True. The only person who texts her is her aunt. And her little French boy. Anchor Tan. Supposedly, he was the first to die. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right. Registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just nod him along? Patrol Officer TC and HR 1 week ago. TC and HR? Tariq Chopin and Huey Rogers? The badge numbers match. It seemed that they detained Anchor Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Interesting. Well. The plot thickens. Finding a gun on this, like this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk, at the very minimum that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why did they just let him go? Isn't it possible he was a criminal informant? Or is it possible he was a criminal informant? Officer Human Resources? Truly the worst kind of policeman. That's police brutality right there. Etheric Wings, thank you for the follow. Thank you. If he was CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. Then perhaps they let him go for some other reason. Because they already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy that file, the file of that stop and frisk report. Right away. Okay, what is this doing here? Our client Sosuke. Oh, our client Sosuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Thrusting the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sosuke. She really is doing the fucking job. Jarvis, bring up the medical files. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? Sure, we'll go through both. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of Trey's blood on his feet and pant legs. Wound patterns? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrist, where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound to the back of his head. His biggest wound was to the back of his head. I guess if he fell backwards to the ground? There is also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there. My god, it's ReFantazio metaphor. But it's effective enough. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. How is it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Alright, what we got left? Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap, some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It is just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. Oh really? News to Morgan. It's a copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Okay. Alright, everyone lock in. Get ready for the reading comprehension at the end. Suspect Heartbreak copycat foiled. Arrested. An individual suspected of planning an act of terror has been arrested thanks to quick response from the local police and well-coordinated efforts of the state investigators. The suspect, whose identifying information has not been released to the public, was apprehended by officers seemingly in the midst of preparing for their attack, having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition into their vehicle. Police have not commented on whether the firearm in question was properly tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest. Sorry, I tried to do it without making it London, but I think I failed. Concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals, the suspect had already been on our radar by that point, and so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. The alleged manifesto in question consists of what was, at the time, a publicly accessible online document praising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power, and saying... The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for mankind, and listing a number of complaints and criticisms made against the recent business decisions made by Haname Robotics, most notably an announcement made on their last earning call that they would begin moving manufacturing jobs offshore. While the decision landed in Haname in some controversy at the time, their stock price steadily increased in the days after, reflecting optimism among their shareholders that Haname's lucrative product lines of mostly heavy construction robots would no longer be so strictly tied to national politics. Although it will be strictly tied to whatever other national politics you build the robots in. When the arrest was first made, no clear connection between the individual and Haname was apparent, but Haname's CFO has since been seen speaking at an investor conference at the hotel within 50 kilometers of the suspect's residence, suggesting a possible target. The takeaway here is that terrorist acts like this are easily caught, easily prevented, and there is no standing risk to the public, said lead investigator Kennings to his official statement to the press. To any distance out there thinking they're the next heartbreak just because you bought a gun, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and your hero won't be far behind. Update. Konami Robotics have yet to respond to requests for comment, but their official social media accounts have released simultaneous statements denouncing this in the strongest terms, rising violence, and thanking investigators for their swift and decisive action. We have also learned that selected portions of the shareholders have received messages clarifying Konami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to their workers as well as their customers and shareholders. Whether this is an indication of a reversal of their decision to relocate manufacturing jobs overseas, like what you're reading, does it change how you feel about Konami Robotics? What if you could have access to stories like this hours or even days before the rest of the public? With a Premier account, you'll have access to all our updates on the business world as soon as they hit the desk. Remember, that's not insider trading. That's not insider trading, that's forerunner trading. TM. It's nice when the reading comprehension test tells you the answer straight up. It's nice also when they put it in fucking, like, yellow. Or blue. One of the two. I think it's yellow. The user is a Patreon? Oh yeah, for sure. I think basically every single one of these articles we've read ends with the site being like, sign up to our Plus account. It's fucked up. You think like, wow, they're literally capitalizing on insider trading. That's what a crazy dystopian future this world is in. And then you fucking open up Twitter and find out they're talking about fucking Polymarket and how Polymarket promotes insider trading because they see themselves as a news site. And so if you have active as a new, what do they call it, like a news or truth predictor, so if you allow insider trading, it means you can then Polymarket gets more accurate with the odds, which then means it's more likely to be true and you get news quicker. That's their argument. So in fact they promote insider trading on fucking Polymarket. So that's the world we live in today, baby. And Couchy's the same. It's so stupid. Like, I don't understand how you don't bet. You know you're gonna get fucking insider traded on with all of those bets. It's crazy. Like, if you want to make a joke bet, like, you know, about fucking, I don't know, betting, you know, how many times someone's gonna say a certain word or whatever, for laughs, that's fine. But there's people out here fucking voting on like Oscar awards. When you're like, bro, you know, like 100 people already, probably more, like 500 people know the results beforehand. They're just gonna put like big bets on the correct answer and steal your fucking cash. But whatever. It's also so funny that the biggest opposition to Polymarket at the moment are casinos and online gambling. Because the prediction markets don't technically count as gambling, so they get around all the laws and legislation. So now all the big casinos are trying to get them to be regulated the same way casinos are. So now, for like one brief moment, we're all on the side of big casino, which is an insane world to live in. But that's where we are. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's not nothing, Morgan. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away, no matter what happened to the original. So it would seem. That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Oh shit. It's an important call. Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than is necessary. Oh, okay. Interesting. So she pressed the button and it triggered an alarm on her phone. That's what it was. I thought she was getting a fucking message from one of her 300 side pieces. But yeah, joining the war and gambling on the side of the casinos. That's why here we do the only true, noble, and morally correct gambling, which is the wheel. Hi, Wars. I'm too behind to watch live. I hope you're enjoying being a devil. Thank you, the real decoy. Thank you. I am having a good time. I'm excited to see where it leads. Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han. And I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Smile. Smile. Aww. Smile's gone. Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine. Whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really. It's just an app. You set the frequency and you get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? A couple of kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. While I have you here, though, exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe that the cops lumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to the frequency, but I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the Megs or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten in here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one that had this. I mean, it's kind of played like a checkmate move, but also who the fuck else would you be talking about, Morgan? You're, like, this is the Blue Blood hideout that got killed on the night you're talking about. Obviously, you're talking about Creek. I saw where you were poking around, and they're the head of the pod, I assumed. I'm not Santa. Classic. Iconic 999 line. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods? What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means. Neither of you make much effort to hide it. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. I assume that was just a blue blood tattoo. That's a young blood tattoo? Okay. You have no idea what this ink means. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. Okay. Is this like we're here to keep the old bloods alive until they throw us away for the little lord? What? The old guard use you as donors. Oh, like okay. It's much more literal than I thought it was. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children, because the Ikaria killed them all. Can't get on that donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So, what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you've got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos, because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you can still pump clean plasma. Every drop an indicator of quality. Damn, Han! You're doing well, huh? 3 drops? That's some high quality blood you got there. Interesting how much like blood type and blood quality is becoming an important theme in this case, right? You have like the blood technology for opening the case, the bloodline of the blue bloods, like the bloodline as well, like how all of them got, all their relations got killed apart from one, and they're looking to the lost heir of the bloods, the blood donors, the blood testing, the blood on the swords. Themes in my VN? I know, it's crazy. Blood is thicker than water. It's all coming in. It's almost like someone planned it. It's crazy. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. triple A graded. Just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Huh. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. Okay, I'm waiting. Yeah. Emma's argument is that Sosuke didn't escape from here. He was brought out into the other room to be questioned, and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Sosuke would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Magus to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him, but secondarily so he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Sosuke told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until his bad Samaritan came along and gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have belonged to Sosuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Damn, Sosuke was jacking off in here? I guess he hadn't got much, nothing else to do. Probably. But I need to know. Oh, Sarah! Smile. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Atenai, let us ask one of the Cyanus employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for a very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right. Cyanus does DNA testing. Standby, fuck. Word wrong. Word wrong, it's ruined. Sarah, abuse, I already informed CPS. I'm sorry, Sarah, but only humans have human rights. Typically, paternity tests are as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analysed. Wait. I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the bindings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm going to cite this incident the next time we discuss a raise. Aww. Really is a shithole in here though then, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. Cruel. Well, that we are. What is it? Was there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. Huh? The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot, still closed when Chopin Rogers arrived on site, but they were open by the time Rogers got to this room. I just used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them to go down the fire escape. And then what? They must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah. That's one option. What's the other? Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. What the hell do all these cops and Cyanus chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? The perfect job. I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how Cyanus employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. If they had picked up trash, that would be removing evidence. The arts would light up. Adding trash, though? Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Oh, it's a rough day for Sarah. It's a real rough day for Sarah. Just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. By the way, if you were hit by the ads there, Sarah did not end up licking the blood. She called the blue bloods so we can do the blood analysis off-site. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the red ink documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Damn, that's a fucking huge shoe or a very, very tiny piece of paper. Like, if you're taking this to be the average size of text, look at the fucking size of this shoe. Like, it comes down to, like, here. Jesus. Good luck. Ops and security types all wear the same kinds of boots. On top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two Megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that... Looks like the letters will all run through the wash a couple dozen times too many. Well, it isn't particularly informative, and I don't exactly understand how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen, but doesn't this seem important? Okay, let me look at this. Last time, the paper actually had, like, words you could read on it. Let's have a look. A watermark remains visible in the corner. CY. So this is, what the fuck's it called? The Blue Blood Security Company? That I've forgotten the name of. Okay. How could it have been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, princess. I'll have to call you right back. Cyanus, that's it, thank you. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on. You know me. What did you find there? More dead man's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are going to make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So, would you like to add this to the arcs, or should I? Well, it seems like you've got momentum going, so... Please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han? It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. What, fucking knuckle duster size? So if we found your fingerprints in here, or on those windows, or even upstairs... Oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. So did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. The sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Yeah, okay. Okay, buddy. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the Old Guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the Old Guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me they would be reluctant to speak with Sosuke Ikaria's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. And talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look, then? You saw the address boss gave us? 6:06 PM, August 15th, 2086. Blue Blood Territory. Hey there, tall, red and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Oh shit, we're in the fucking host club. Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours? If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne! As much as you'd like. This is going to derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. Huh. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, there, huh? There's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk with you. It is Karen. Karen, iconic landmark of Witcher 3, Karen Morgan. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you enjoy. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Alright, what we got? We can order. Let's do some observing. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometre of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. Jesus, Sarah's a fucking big spender. I mean, I guess it makes sense. When your dad is like one of the top 0.1% of the richest people in the entire world, you know, I guess you you really don't give a shit about spending money. And it's not a matter of cost. It's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I am what they call a tsundere. I see. So you respond more to being challenged? What do you think? She's got that investment money now. Oh, fuck, true. True, she's got that wine money. She's making big power moves in the investment sphere. Perhaps not. Let's observe. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Ikaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. God, I just got a full face of fucking Neko Morgan. A host club, or hostess club, is a type of nightclub in which staff cater to the clientele with attention, conversation, company, and flirtatious behaviour. The talent, host or hostesses, make most of their wages through what is essentially a commission on the sale of drinks, food, or other services by the club. While host clubs and their associated culture were, internationally, fairly niche during the 20th century and saw a large decline in popularity for the first half of the 21st century, well, that's not true now. I think it's still pretty fucking booming. They have undergone somewhat of a renaissance in the last 20 to 30 years. Shifting cultural norms about power sociality, online dating, and work-life harmony may have contributed to this phenomenon. Some sociologists have observed that host clubs have developed a new reputation as a kind of social gym, where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. Others argue that an increase in average work hours have pushed single individuals away from traditional drinking culture and in long-term dating, and for employees of multinational corporations who maintain running discrete tabs at select establishments, attendance may be seen as advisable or even a mandatory step in acquiring and maintaining relationships with their superiors. The idea of being a fucking social gym is insane. Like, no. Sweet, like, talking to your girlfriend. Babe. I'm not going to the hostess club to hit on women and pay them thousands of dollars to tell me I'm attractive. It's social workouts. I'm expanding my social muscles via the gym, the Iron Temple that is known as the host club. Okay, honey? It's important for my career. You wouldn't understand. It's a socialite thing. Despite the global trend of the decriminalisation of sex work, host clubs have remained a distinct industry. That said, it's hardly uncommon for staff at one establishment or the other to switch sides. Users also frequently searched for how to build confidence, how to know if the hostess really likes you. Courtesan versus hostess, who would win? No, honey. No, trust me, guys. The hostess actually really likes me. I know she laughs at all my jokes. I know she laughs at all the other people's jokes as well, but she laughs at mine like she actually laughs at mine. Okay, it's not a joke. Like she actually likes me. I swear. Your employer has a company bus and company housing. Do they also have a company host club as well? I mean, why not? Get a company host club, and you can even have employees work there. You know, for overtime. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. What else we got here? Anything else? We have advance. Oh, hold on. Oh god, another reading. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host's club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in a corporate settings. Nice. Are you saying you wish to work as a company host? Well, hey, if the pay is good enough, you know. Oh wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. Good LinkedIn post, exactly. Did you see the fucking thing going around? This might have been a few months ago, but I only saw it recently. Of the guy who, he made I think it was on LinkedIn and YouTube. He's like a millionaire, and he made a mission where he was going to be homeless and go from being homeless to a millionaire in 1 year. And then like he does the challenge, obviously fails. He fails whole. Basically, he has a lot of coincidences happen, which like kind of sus. That meant that he got from off the street to getting like a job, but he had to stop the challenge, like when he got like 75 grand or something like that, because his dad had like a serious medical illness and like he wanted to be there for his dad, which is fine, like that's okay. But then the conclusion he came to was like, guys, I think I've proven anyone with enough hard work and pulling your bootstraps up can become a millionaire. Like, it doesn't matter about your circumstances, doesn't matter about your place of birth. If you just try hard, you can do it. And it's like, bro, you literally stopped it because of circumstances outside of your control. Like, you obviously, like, what happened to you could have happened to anyone. Like, you can't work your way out of that. Like, it literally, the thing you're trying to say you don't need to worry about happened to you. It was insane, you know, a ridiculous post. But anyway, fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal rainfall patterns met with greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropically centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. That's kind of insane to me, because I'm pretty sure bamboo grows like almost everywhere and very easily. Or maybe just the UK is a good place for growing it, because that shit can, like, I've been to a lot of different like parks and forests and stuff around the UK, and a lot of them have like Japanese gardens where they're just growing bamboo like crazy. So I don't know if the climate's good here, but I get the feeling you can just grow bamboo basically anywhere. You've got bamboo in your garden, it's pleasurable. The one thing I've always wondered about caring for bamboo in your own garden is that shit grows up to like a meter a day, right? Or some insane shit like that. Maybe not a meter a day, but it's like the fastest growing thing, right? Do you have to keep like cutting it down like every week or something? And like, what do you do with all the spare bamboo? Now, with increasing widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in the region. That's why you normally have more showers, to get rid of that. Your one isn't that insane. It's probably, it probably depends on the type of bamboo, right? As its large migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years on all 7 continents, if one counts the agricultural science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agriculture and genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing and constructing material for much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery and required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern, genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. But it's a delicate balancing act between turning a cultivar into I'm getting very tired. It's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild, and years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the grooves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker who requested anonymity due to the concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us it's just to burn it all, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay us for have masks. Data on the efficacy of burn pits in combating the spread of fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low and masks are an unnecessary measure. I'm sure the officials say that. Some of the migrant population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. Lotto's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even then, today. Back then, workers went on strike because of conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again, you've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry, a lot of young people who could be easily out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It's true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to the tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of a low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. Yep. The vacation-like idyllic conditions of working in a fucking tropical bamboo farm for your entire life. Fucking fighting off fungus. That sounds great. Although education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authorities, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsay syndrome remains a serious concern among, we're having difficulties authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this web page displaying properly for you? Oh, you feed the bamboo to your pet panda. Of course. Isn't it quite invasive too? I mean, anything that grows that fast is normally pretty invasive, right? And you also the Japanese knotweed, I believe, is it called knotweed? Or is it a type of grass? Is also very invasive. Yeah. You hope I'm not too tired, otherwise I'll be a bike. Boo! Boo! Not the reading material I expected to find here. But judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. Fuck, well, both, but I think it's the unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Right. I think that's everything. Let's order a drink. Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. I mean, look, it's not my money, it's Morgan's money. Fuck it. Bring out the lobsters. Order the champagne. What the hell? Hey, Pomme d'Orient. We're at a tower for all I care. Pomme d'Orient. Fuck, that's hard to say when they made a fucking fake version. Suddenly, as if I'd uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all of the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring the bell above the corner. Pomme de Tower! The staff begin an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower. I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? When I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of... His eyes wandered, losing light all the while until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table, adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. First week champagne for Sarah, week 2 ice soup. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with the suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. You just gave the tower away? I'm glad Morgan looks happy. I've got shit to do. I can't drink all that. I could have, perhaps, helped. But even so, after you paid all that money just to pass it along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he going to do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it is more likely he'll have you killed. Mama on deck. The big cheese. The big cheese. Sorry, the way she says that is fucking hilarious. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit. You clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikaria must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep them in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Now, can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim my credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. The champagne tower is paying off huge. Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster as your plush swan. Couldn't put it myself, Miss Kim Tanner. Small business owner. Small business owner, huh? Kim. Occupation, small business owner. Likes, persimmon? Is it persimmon? Persimmon. Handbags. Joint cracking. Dislikes part-timers, binge watchers, and vandalism. Hidden talent. Can slice an onion paper thin. Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. You know what? That's a pretty good talent. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Motto, promote from within. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guards are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods could count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is going to preach to all of us about political correctness. Really, madam? I know PC. My gen invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. It's woke gone mad. Bloody nanny state. So I mean it when I say youngblood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Bet not. They'll knock your teeth out. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What you got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Creek's killer is fucking crazy. You just go and tell her, by the way, I killed Creek Lamau. Get fucking owned. That would, oh god, I really want to click that, but that's going to lose me points. Little Lord ID is bullshit because we don't know it. We're just guessing. Bresson's fate is probably the best one because no one knows, like, because the media lockdown. Let's go with Bresson's fate. I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. Can I save and relate? Fuck, I've gone past it. I'm sorry. If something worth knowing had happened, it would be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Instant. Bresson. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Bresson's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old Guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we got the fair share of the hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. Our plans are measured in centuries. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'd be legalized before the end of the year. Bah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. The best kind of money there is. And you could rake it in by the truckload. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the grey wave is going to roll your hard work up into a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs. And the Ikaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell would roll over those upstart bootlicking? That goddamn fox, smirking behind his perfume incensers and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut his eyes out when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, the goddamn Daisuke Ukuriya, of course. The family's patriarch? Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Knew there had to be a reason an Ikariya lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it, you want to capture Makoto Ikariya so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikariya. You know our history. In brief. So what part of that summary makes you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or the whole Old Guard? Nah, my time to ask. Is the hound gonna make it? You're asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Bresson somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained while captured, but he was not harmed today during the incident in the courtroom today. He wasn't harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Brenson didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratcher. Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes. Why? Not wasting a question on him, of all people. London is definitely connected. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off Proposition 492? You missed that one. Try another. No. No, not the fucking bottle reference into the you missed that one. Try another. It's fucking hold on. I showed this on stream the other day as well. In case you were not here for that.
See what kind of a shot you are, Pilgrim. Take a crack at this bottle. You missed that one. Try another.
Oh, he doesn't.
You missed
that one.
Try another. You missed that one. Try another. You missed that one. Try another.
It's an amazing bit.
Try another.
I can't even fucking do this.
You missed that one. Try another.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it was a reference to the community bit.
You missed that one. Try another.
It just keeps fucking going. Oh,
Nice
yeah.
shoot. Try another.
No, what? I have to do it again. I have to do it
You missed that one.
Try another.
again.
You missed that one.
Yeah, I gotta take
Try
it.
another.
I gotta take a minute. Why does he keep
You missed that one.
Try another. Okay. Oh my god, fucking! I was not expecting a fucking German reference. So this is kind of the Gideon of the 9th of VNs. I do not know what the Gideon of 9th is, but we must be up to double-digit reference counts by now. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mrs. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire, and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo. Kid gets a prize. Or they were. Plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had red inked documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was always fragile, but not that fragile. Okay, I was 50-50 on clicking that and expecting them to literally say that. Next. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticking officer heard the Blue Bloods had eye on the real estate. Meaning, the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it was mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name. P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Ha! Long. That sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible. And pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Morgan is as subtle as a brick, asking literally every single person she's ever met, like, have you heard of huntsmans? Just completely coincidentally, no relation, just out of the blue. You ever heard of a huntsman? I'm hearing a lot of talk on the street about huntsmen right now. Anyone hear about this? Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess you misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Surely there must have been no mask there. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real. Maybe he's fake. Maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that would be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man. Who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules, not the asshole. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Makoto hired us. Makoto hired us, not House Ikaria, because Makoto specifically hunted us out. Makoto Ikaria, if that wasn't already clear. Aha! You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look, or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does it have it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. Idiot says what? What? Got him. Let's go. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the Fall of the Leaves. Adonai, you're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guards need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive, and they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40%? 35%? Just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over it, dear. Don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here. Because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guards have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord? But Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. How dare they? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of... Sorry, I tried to roll... I'm really bad at rolling my R's. I did it really well one of the other streams, so I tried to do it again, and it just fucking has not hit. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. What do kids your age like? Not my B-day? I'm not asking for you. Well, who is the little lord? Cuts to Makoto. Red herring, red herring. It's Sosuke. And I'm not a kid, so I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? IDK. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. With their fucking 6-7 jokes and their Italian brain rot memes. The day the school announced they're going to be doing a test prep at every grade level, and the top comment before it got deleted was a picture of a fish with boots, and the caption was battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. You know what? That's a fucking banger. I don't know why that fucking gets me. The idea of fucking just a photo of a fish and it says battering me and frying me on oil for 4 minutes each side. That's fucking funny. Maybe the kids will be alright. Ballerina cappuccina. Me. Terang. Was it to her? I don't know. I fucking don't know. It's not that impenetrable. It's a very basic non sequitur. How's this for non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by youth. One of those damn youths. And I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. Well, what do you want me to do from here? them some Fork Knight Bucks. Fork Knife Bucks. Oh my god, my favorite game, Fork Knife. Wait, Fork Knife is actually a crazy parody game. Like you play as cutlery, and like all the skins are like different types of forks and knives. Like you're like, bro, did you get the latest like soup spoon pack that came out? It's fucking crazy. What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, so they must be like rich. Hmm? Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible for my dorm? Don't you at least have a roommate? Nope. Never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. Instead of a circle getting smaller, it's a plate. Wait, hold on. Yo, hold on. That's fucking... You're cooking. It's like a giant plate that just gets smaller and smaller as you go through. And then, like, all the treasure chests and, like, the resources, like the trees and rocks are all, like, different foods. Like, the trees can be, like, broccoli. And then instead of opening treasure chests, you open, like, fortune cookies. Look, it's all coming together. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into viziers' purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed. Did you know him? Sad face. Oh no, no. She got fucking hit with the classic I heard he died picture of fucking old ass person. Did you know them? The classic fucking primary school teacher teaching you about fucking, you know, George Washington leading the American Revolution, and the kids going, "Did you know him, sir?" And everyone going, he fucking got her ass. Whatever photo that is, failed to send. Liar. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever? Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense. So do that. They've probably got more in common with a rich adult than a kid their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. The iconic butler technique. Or IBT as we call it in the business. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well then perhaps we should all just forgive and make peace. Those fools will regret... Hold on, I'm going to try and fucking roll the R for this one. Hold on. Those fools will regret their actions. That's better. Fuck. I got it kind of okay once. I can't do it. I can't do it. Fuck me. When I used to learn Spanish in school, I could roll my R's easy. And now I'm fucking washed. I'm washed. I can't roll a single R. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. You will regret their words and deeds. Wait, did you actually say that? Hold on, I was too busy fucking trying to talk. They will regret their actions, not their deeds, though. Did I get orbitals? Let's fucking go. Huge. Huge. I put a bid on for orbitals on our fantasy game draft that we're doing on the Discord. !wars. After the Nintendo Partner Direct they did this week, I was like, oh shit, orbitals. I'm gonna get on that. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of a choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. About what? About Bosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Oh, shit. Wait, that one is actually bars. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita, all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Oh shit, Bruce Lee, iconic. Did he actually say that? Mate, Bruce Lee fucking had some good lines. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please? If it's for Sosuke... Enough. Oh shit, who is this? Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadow seems to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman! All of you, show some respect, now! He says it out of practice, without even looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. Aura McFarmer. True. This is a man who is used to others not meeting his gaze. Okay, he is aura farming, but I do have to say, maybe it works in the year 2088, but the fucking vape is really fucking... The e-cigar is fucking not doing it, folks. It's fucking ridiculous. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell, begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makoto-tan! Grandpa! Aww. How are things on the front line, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord, making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the head of the house of nobility to be so... affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were. And we made a lot of powerful people in the city very frustrated while we were at it. And made a lot of very frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I cancelled my meetings. Why is... Oh, look at Makoto. That's what I said. You know what? I'm coming around on Makoto. He's just a kid. He's just a lad. I like that this is obviously like a very cutesy version of Daisuke, so they've given him the fucking, like, poorly drawn hands. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is, not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse, on the second floor, there's a cask of sake I won, or sake, as Joe would say. I won in a drinking game 5 or, well, I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but old trick of the trade. One sip, and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? I'm not allowed to drink sake. The hell's wrong with you? Of course you can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood. I'll go retrieve it right away. He hates the grandkid? No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put a suit and a pair of glasses and you can just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails if you've got nothing better to do. True. Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. Aww. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid... No, I made that up. You're the lawyer. Any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Ikaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell. Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. Then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. What you built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality. And history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name into the history books? Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them in the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. It wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. Oh shit, let's see Daisuke. Why the fuck does he look fucking like insane Majima? Why is he giving Majima energy here? And why is he snorting vape smoke out of his nose like a fucking bull? Damn, my guy's 172 centimeters and is 104 kilograms. Jesus, he's fucking ripped. Occupation CEO, Ikaria Financial Group, likes bodybuilding? I can tell. archery bonsai. Dislikes phones at the dinner table. He's old school. Undefeated at enjoying spicy foods. Likes cedar, tobacco, iron and dried blood. Handshake, vice-like. And my uncle named me his successor for it. The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight. They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So how did you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway. And once the borders start locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of the courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city. I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. Well, you know what? I think that's a good place to leave it. Thank you for coming round. We'll be back again with more of The Devil on Monday. Ape Escape 3 continues on Sunday tomorrow. Yes, Ape Escape tomorrow. Of the Devil Monday. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend or week or whenever I next see you. Thank you for coming around. Thank you for watching. If you're still here from Joe's stream, thank you for sticking around. Even if you have just literally woken up from falling asleep for the last couple of hours. And if you are, and you want to see me continue doing Of the Devil, we obviously have the VODs on Twitch. We have the past VODs on YouTube. And of course, if you follow, you can see the streams when they go live. Just get a little plug in there, which I probably should be doing more often, but you know how it is. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And you know what? We can go ahead and raid. Hello, it's Mouse, because I see she is live. And we don't normally get much of a chance to raid Mouse because she doesn't stream at the same time as we do. Oh my god. Mouse is still live. And do you see how many viewers we have to raid? That's right. 6, 7. That works better if you're in the raid, because then I raided them. If you're still watching the stream, I have to cancel the OBS later.